Ms. Prine, it's 8 a.m. and we do have a quorum.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning. This is a special meeting of the El Paso City Council for Monday, June 6th, 2022. It is 8 o'clock a.m. Mayor Lisa is present in council chambers, along with Representative Hernandez, Representative Molinar, Representative Salcido, Representative Rivera, Representative Lizarraga. Representative Rodriguez is joining us virtually. The item on the agenda this morning is discussion and action to override the mayor's veto of the returned May 23rd motion of City Council authorizing the First Amendment to the amended and restated employment agreement between the City of El Paso and Tomas Gonzalez, which lists the amended terms.
Thank you, Ms. Prine. Before we do get started, I'd like to stand up for the pledge, please. Representative Molinar. Thank you.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And also, before we get started, I think it's really important that we do have a moment of silence for the huge tragedy that happened in Uvalde. It's you know, we can talk about any problems we have in life, but there's no greater loss of life when someone takes someone's life senseless and the life of any children. And like I said, there's never a greater problem. There's never anything worse in life than our country and these parents and these family members that are going through for no reason, senseless loss of life. And I know that everybody has got the families and the victims that have been in their prayers and in the minds of you seen through things that's happened to our community. But I'd like to have a moment of silence to think about the gift of life and how no one has the right to ever take that gift away from anyone. And no one should ever have to bury their children. With that, moment of silence, please. Thank you. Representative Hernandez, did you put your, oh, okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Prine.
Yes, sir. For the record, Mayor Pro Tem Shortline has arrived in council chambers. We're on item number 1, the discussion and action to override the mayor's veto of the return May 23rd motion of City Council authorizing the First Amendment to the amended and restated employment agreement between the City of El Paso and Tomas Gonzalez, which lists the amended terms.
Thank you. Representative Hernandez.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here bright and early. Mayor, if we can, would you be amenable to allowing for public comment first?
Pardon me?
If there's any public comment.
Yes, ma'am. That's Ms. Prine.
Yes, Mayor, we did receive 16 requests to speak along with 2 written statements. We'll begin with the first speaker. We have Mr. Joe Wardy. He will be followed by Arthur Westbrook, Dan Olivas, Brian Kennedy, Joseph Pickett, Rick Bonart, Kenneth Bell. Good morning, Mr. Wardy. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Joe Wardy. I am a concerned citizen of the City of El Paso. Good morning, Council. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, Mayor.
Thank you for my 3 minutes. I'd like to open up explaining and defending the veto power of the City Council, of the Mayor. I'm going to tell you that the veto is a very important part of government. As you can see at the state level and at the federal level, it's to bring balance to government, sometimes to bring a different attitude and a different place to decisions that are made that maybe are not totally in the best interests of all involved. When we pass the council manager form of government, it's very important that the council and the manager know what their unique roles are and that they adhere to them. And it's been a little bit of a disappointment to me and others. I still very much strongly believe in the council manager form of government. Mr. Gonzalez and Ms. Wilson are very qualified individuals. And so this isn't a personal comment directed to either one of them. But I think a little bit has happened here where the managers assume an outsized role in city government. The city managers work for you. They are employees of the mayor and council and serve the citizens of the city of El Paso. When you ran for office, most of you ran under mentioned transparency in your campaigns. I follow city elections, and I can tell you that the process that occurred here was not transparent. If there was an interest in extending Mr. Gonzalez, then that should have been brought as an item on the agenda and discussed in the public for all the voters and citizens of El Paso to see the discussion, and then it go forward to be negotiated. But I think you might have done something that you have accused others in the past of doing. There's a process for government. The citizens of El Paso ask you to represent all of them and to set an example above reproach. And you all have signed and sworn to that duty. So I ask you to please consider that as you move forward in this. Thank you very much for your service. And thank you, Mayor Leeser, for your courage in vetoing this action, which I think it has nothing to do with Mr. Gonzalez. It is strictly about process, and process not being followed and not setting a good example for this community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Raymond Palacios, followed by Arthur Westbrook, Dan Olivas, Brian Kennedy, Joseph Pickett. Good morning, Mr. Palacios.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Palacios.
Great day in El Paso. I'm here once again to voice my support for extending the employment contract of our city manager, Tommy Gonzalez. As all of you know, his accomplishments for our city are extensive. He has received the highest awards that this nation can offer in his field. He's helped reverse a decades-long slide, and he's changed the trajectory of our city. We are moving forward. I hear people complain that his salary is too high. I wonder if those people are aware that he's saved us hundreds of millions of dollars, all of which affect the services that the city receives. The private sector would pay considerably more for someone with his talents. I've heard some people complain that Mr. Gonzalez gets paid too much because the median income, household income for El Paso is $40,000, which is extremely low. But I would argue that our attention shouldn't be fixated on bringing accomplished people down. Instead, our mindset should be on bringing people up, and that's exactly why we need people like Tommy Gonzalez. I've been a businessman in this community for 20 years. I've been engaged in numerous economic development initiatives, education, and I can tell you, Tommy has been a game changer for us. One of our council members said, I was quoted in the media as saying that he believed that the opposition is politically motivated. And I will say, if that is true, our city deserves much, much better. Council members, I ask you, do not pander to negativity, do not pander to political motivations. It is exactly that type of leadership that has set our city back. Instead, I ask you, do the right thing. Keep El Paso moving forward. For the sake of El Paso, override this veto. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Arthur Westbrook, followed by Dan Olivas, Brian Kennedy, Joseph Pickett, Rick Bonart. Good morning, Mr. Westbrook. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Arthur Westbrook. I'm with the YWCA. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer. I am here in Dr. Silvia Costa's stead, and she wanted me to read this letter out loud to you. And it reads as follows. Dear City Council and Mayor Leeser, the YWCA El Paso del Norte region has many partnerships throughout the community, but one of our strongest is with the city of El Paso. I am grateful for all the accomplishments together, both pre-pandemic and since the start of COVID-19. Much of what we have accomplished has been made possible by the city manager, Mr. Tommy Gonzalez. In my experience, nonprofit organizations are often left out of the loop when it comes to city planning and response. Under Mr. Gonzalez, that is not the case. He is a true ally of the nonprofit community, responsive, and has always considered organizations' needs and listened to feedback to determine how to best serve El Paso. In September 2019, the City of El Paso co-hosted dinner and dialogue with the YWCA and the El Paso Holocaust Museum. This event brought more than 200 El Pasoans together to share a meal, discuss the tragedy of August 3rd, and begin healing. I remain impressed that Mr. Gonzalez knew this type of gathering was critical and directed his team to support those efforts. Since the pandemic, Mr. Gonzalez has managed millions of dollars to ensure that the community's needs were met. He's been flexible when challenges arose and steadfast in his commitment to proper distribution of funds. With his support, YWCA was able to provide more than $1 million of child care at no cost to parents during COVID-19 pandemic. Less than 2 months ago, 6 community organizations hosted a reception to celebrate Mr. Gonzalez's Lifetime Achievements Award by the Baldrige Foundation and to thank him for all of the support he has provided over the years. That several community organizations came together to honor and thank him is evidence of the impact he has made on the nonprofit community in El Paso. I want to reiterate his commitment to the organizations that serve our community. When there have been challenges in the world of child care providers and domestic violence shelters, the YWCA was able to reach out, communicate those challenges to Mr. Gonzalez, and together we found solutions. This includes funding free child care for parents, bringing vaccines to our senior housing and transitional living centers, and more. It is a privilege to work closely with Mr. Gonzalez, and his support has made the YWCA's work in the community possible. It would be a real loss of the nonprofit community and the El Paso community as a whole to lose him. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Dr. Sylvia Acosta, CEO of YWCA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dan Olivas, followed by Brian Kennedy, Joseph Pickett, Rick Bonart, Kenneth Bell, Andrea Ramirez. Good morning, Mr. Olivas. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council.
Good morning, Mr.
City
Olivas.
Manager. My name is Dan Olivas for the record, and on behalf of Comunidad en Acción CEA, we formally support the extension of City Manager Tommy Gonzalez's contract and have the city abide by the promise made to him when he declined the position in Frisco, Texas. Mr. Gonzalez, as a Latino manager, city manager, represents less than 7% of all city managers in this country. He is one of the few Latinos that are charged with leading a city of this size. El Paso is more than 82% Hispanic. The leadership in this community must reflect that. Having qualified Latinos in leadership positions helps our children and our community to aspire to ensure that leadership in our community accurately represents the demographic makeup of this community. Through Mr. Gonzalez's work and commitment, the city has seen tremendous growth. The downtown area, which for a long time had not seen any investment, is now a central gathering place for families, single youth, and community events. His work with neighborhood associations, nonprofits, and community leaders has resulted in renewed investment. The efficiencies that Mr. Gonzalez has introduced through his management skills have also drawn outside investment and innovation in our community. Mr. Gonzalez's leadership was critical in moving the El Paso community from one of the hardest hit and the epicenter of the COVID-19 pandemic hospitalizations to a community with one of the highest vaccination rates in the country. Good leadership does matter. During the August 3rd tragedy, Mr. Gonzalez worked to assemble his team in partnership with community organizations to rally support and resources for those affected. Again, good leadership does matter. Mr. Gonzalez supported an important project that CEA has spearheaded. Through his support, the Men of Company E Monument, which sits in Cleveland Square, will be inaugurated on June 30th of this year. This monument is a testament to the lives of the many Mexican-American veterans that have given their all and have served our nation in the military. When this idea was brought to him, he understood the importance of this effort. He understood because he understands the culture and because he is also a proud veteran. He understands that government, business, and community have an obligation to tell the stories of all citizens, including Latino heroes. He understands that the voice, images, and leadership of Latinos in our community needs to be listened to, acknowledged, and celebrated.
Thank you,
Finally,
Mr. Olivas. Thank you, Mr. Olivas. You've reached.
can I
Thank
go
you,
ahead
sir.
and finish? Thank you. Finally, as business leaders, we all understand the importance of reputation.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes are up. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Brian Kennedy, followed by Joseph Pickett, Rick Bonart, Kenneth Bell. Good morning, Mr. Kennedy. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Brian Kennedy, and I'm a local attorney here in El Paso. And I'm here today to speak against overriding the mayor's veto, because let's be clear. If the mayor's veto stands, Tommy still has a contract. He's still the city manager. He's got 2 years left. It seems as if we're having two different conversations. One is it time to extend the contract? And the other one is the job performance of the city manager. And I will say that those are two different conversations, but we seem to have merged them into one. Today is a business decision on whether you extend a contract for the next 7 years is how long his contract will run then. And I will agree, when it was said last week, this has now been turned political. This is not a business decision. Here's what I have to say. I agreed with concerns when one city council member said that the agenda for the contract parameters had been set in private by one council member and the city manager. When I asked the city how that could happen, they ostensibly said, if the council has the power, it filters down to the individuals. That stance, however, is laughable to the legislative attorneys I've spoken with. Thinking that negotiations can be taken by a single member without council authority is not an appropriate action. Then I discovered a press release that was reviewed by a single council member before it was issued. And this is the email to prove it. Before the press release went out, one single council member got to review it, and no one else, according to this. That's a concern. Makes no mistake, this has become political, and something frightening is happening with this issue. This is an issue about a contract extension. It's turned out to be job performance. That's not on the agenda. This is not a discussion about job performance, but you'll hear a lot about it. There is a subset of this council that seems to be in a rush to make things happen. And I believe the deadline is the end of this council's term. Though not illegal, it is certainly ethically suspect. And I suspect it will continue and accelerate. First, there's a push to put the city manager's contract to 7 years, which would push it past the entire term of the next city council. But for heaven's sakes, let's not change any of the egregious portions of the contract. Next, we'll be talking about removing a veto, give more power to the city manager. One thing the public has been together about is they support this veto. Public comment has become almost howling into the wind. The question is, who are your actions serving, the many or the few? I would ask you, do not override this veto. Start a new trend. Start listening and representing the many in El Paso instead of the few. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joseph Pickett, followed by Rick Bonart, Kenneth Bell, Andrea Ramirez. Good morning, Mr. Pickett. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good morning. As many of you know a little bit about my history, I retired due to some medical issues. I'm pretty healthy, and so one of the suggestions was to get physical, build some buildings, get involved, and the way I worked is I asked a lot of questions. And I'm here against the extension of the contract because of the questions that I had for this council and the management form of government that we had starting 2 years ago. I got involved, and like a lot of people, busy paying my bills online. And I got a utility bill in the mail for the first time in many, many years and noticed all these fees on there. When I called to inquire what the fees were, I got no answer, so I formally sent a letter to the city manager's office in February of 2020 asking what those fees were for. I'm still waiting for an answer. Since that letter, you have collected $78 million in those additional fees. Well, thinking maybe the city manager's not going to answer to me, maybe he'll answer to you, the elected officials. So I contacted my representative, Ms. Salcido, and asked her the same questions.
Mayor, point of order.
I'm
I'm sorry,
waiting
this
for
is
the
not
answer
germane to the
those
topic.
questions as well.
Representative, with all due respect, this is not germane to the item on the
It is
agenda.
very
And as a
germane.
legislator,
It
you
is
should,
very germane
as a
to-
legislator, you should
It's
know
very
Mr.
that
germane.
this is
It's
not germane to the
proved
item
why
on the
it's germane.
agenda.
You know
Hold
why
on,
it's
Representative
germane?
Hernandez.
Just
Mr. Pickett.
respectfully, I would
Why
ask
did-
Mayor
why
if he
it's
can ask
germane? No,
Mr.
Mr.
Pickett,
Pickett to state
this
on
is-
topic
Do you
on
want to
the
argue,
agenda
or are you
item.
going to let me?
Hold on, hold
Are
on.
you going to let the public speak?
Hold on.
Yes, sir, just make sure you
Okay.
follow the
Ms.
rules like
Hernandez?
everyone else.
I'll take care of that. Mr. Pickett, you do have to stay within the topic, please, sir.
This
And
is within the topic.
is about
One of the things that you are discussing.
I know that, sir,
you're
but the
extending
topic is about
contract.
the extension of the contract
You're
and the
extending the
veto.
contract, and what you have left out to the public is how you evaluate. I'm letting you know how I would evaluate based on the experience that I've had. So what I'm asking for is to let the public know over the next 2 years how you're going to evaluate this contract. And if you're going to give a total of 7 years, a multi-million-dollar contract, what do we, the public who pay these bills, you don't pay the bills, we pay these bills. How are you deciding whether the city manager does a good job or not? By the savings? You can go to Best Buy and spend $1,500 on a TV, but you save $200. It's all smoke and mirrors. As a member of the public who has not had anything answered to me about what I pay and the evaluation of the city manager, do not extend this contract. He's here for another 2 years. Let him provide all the information, and you as a council need to tell us, the public, how you're evaluating spending of millions of dollars for this salaried person.
I know, and this is strictly about the extension of the contract and the veto of the contract.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Rick Bonart, followed by Kenneth Bell, Andrea Ramirez. Good morning, Mr. Bonart. You have 3 minutes.
Good
sir.
morning, Mayor, Council. I'm here today to support the mayor's veto. You know, I've worked in El Paso since graduating from veterinary school in 1980. I employed people for over 35 years. And recently I was invited to go to lunch with some of my employees having retired. They just wanted to get together after coming back into town. One employee worked for me for over 30 years, and another one worked for me for 20. So I think I have some experience in hiring people and keeping them on the job and keeping them happy. And one of the things that you have to look at is, when you're dealing with employees or any contract, is a deal's a deal. When you make a deal, your word is your bond, and it's only as good as what you're willing to hold yourself to that standard. And so there's still a couple years left on this contract. And the issue is that you have to wonder why someone with such a lucrative contract, with so much time left, would look elsewhere for employment. As somebody who's experienced in keeping employees, that would be a red flag to me. And money is normally not the cure for those kinds of issues, because at the end of the day, there will always be another offer from someone. The issue was also raised that this was a recruitment issue, and it wasn't somebody who went out looking for another job. It was simply an opportunity presented. Well, you know, I have friends that have jobs all over the world that are employed by big companies. They're always being hit up by headhunters for new jobs, and they can turn those down. They don't have to apply for those jobs. So you have to ask yourself, are you, by extending this contract or maybe giving a raise, actually solving a problem, or will this be revisited again in sometime in the near future? And I think the answer is, unless you explore this more closely, that you will find yourself sitting here with the same issues again. So I don't think it's wise to proceed at this point in time. I think that Mr. Gonzalez has a contract. I don't know that you had made him a promise that if he turned down a different contract, he would be guaranteed future employment. That would be ex parte and not appropriate, as the other speaker has said. So I encourage you to respect the veto. There still will be time to renegotiate a contract and explore what the true issues are. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kenneth Bell. Mr. Bell, *6, please, to unmute your telephone. Kenneth Bell. Good morning, Mr. Bell. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kenneth Bell. I am a resident of District 3, and I am here to speak up against Agenda Item 1. I believe that Mayor Leeser was correct in vetoing the contract extension of the city manager, and I want to thank Representatives Anello and Molinar for voting against the contract extension. Here we go again. 2 weeks ago, Council deleted an agenda item to overturn Mayor Leeser's original veto, only to turn around and use another agenda item to give the city manager another contract extension. This was after, public declarations were made that council was listening to people and that they had a change of heart, but that seems to not be the reality. We keep being told that the city has saved millions of dollars. I believe the number is $227 million, but yet our city is billions of dollars in debt. There's city services that are still not operational, such as many of our libraries, including the Jose Cisneros Cielo Vista Library, which is my library that I use, or used to use before it was closed down. And there was a $96 million certificate of obligation passed by this council to finance projects that should be covered through the general fund. In addition to that, there's a bond being proposed in November, which will cost taxpayers even more money. Yet we're being told how much money we've saved and how great everything is. Many of you claim that you voted in favor of the contract extension because of facts and data like the aforementioned millions of dollars in savings. Yet you voted against making your scorecard evaluations public so people can see what those metrics are and how you're evaluating the city manager. Everyone on that council ran on transparency to the community, and hiding your scorecards, hiding your evaluations is not transparency. It is the opposite. And then you turn around and claim that we're misinformed, yet many of you have not responded to residents who've emailed you about this very issue. The reality is that the contract extension was done as a reaction to City Manager Gonzalez applying for another job. He has 2 years left on his contract. Right? This is the council jumping the gun and thinking irrationally. If he wants to leave, let him leave. The city does not revolve around any one person, whether it's the city manager, the mayor, or council. That's not how you have effective, continuous stability. You can't revolve everything around one person. He's not a king. That's not how stable governments work. And finally, 2 weeks ago, Representative Schwartzbein claimed that community concerns that were being expressed were politically motivated. If anything is politically motivated, it's because council made it political. Y'all made it about yourselves at the expense of the community, and you're doing it again today. So if you have any integrity,
Thank you,
any
Mr.
decency,
Bell.
you'll
You've reached
support
the 3
Lisa's
minutes,
veto.
Mr. Bell. Thank you. We'll move on to Andrea Ramirez, followed by Lily Limon, Christian Marquette, Lisa Turner. Good morning, Ms. Ramirez. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Leeser and our city council representatives. My name is Andrea Ramirez, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Amistad, and I'm also a military spouse. Mr. Gonzalez became an El Pasoan in June of 2014, at a time when this vibrant borderplex was in the crosshairs of political scrutiny. Immigration concerns were clashing with nationalist ideology to a degree that has us on the news, but rarely from a positive perspective. Mr. Gonzalez has worked to rebrand our image in the eyes of the world so successfully that we have received several designations and accreditations, being named the All-America City multiple times. We then suffered a horrific tragedy of a mass casualty when a gunman opened fire with the express purpose of harming our community for daring to celebrate a multicultural diversity. Again, Mr. Gonzalez was a voice of reason, compassion, guiding the healing and cultivation of resiliency that we have done since. This growth and development were put to the test when a global pandemic tore through our community, much like a wildfire. Serving as the CEO of Amistad, I can speak firsthand to the dynamic role he has played in rallying his leadership, serving as the point person for citywide efforts to improve the lives of our constituents. He coordinated strategy, he coordinated innovation among leaders from nonprofits, healthcare institutions, and the military's infrastructure. His work, it is phenomenal. It's recognized nationally for best practices. He is ingrained in the fabric of this society. He represents our Hispanic community, our future, opportunities for growth and development. Having been raised in a humble home, he knows what life is like when a family struggles to make basic needs. He knows what it's like to be hungry. He builds upon adversities to generate resiliency and success. The Sun City is the home of Fort Bliss. He is a retired lieutenant colonel. He understands military culture. He knows how to align our city to meet the needs of service members and our amazing veterans. A crucial challenge facing El Paso at this time, it's that devastating brain drain in which our best, they're forced to search for quality career opportunities away from our beautiful city. Mr. Gonzalez has cultivated a wealth of knowledge about this region and has strengthened it through a community-driven strategy. If we do not advocate to retain him, that knowledge will be lost, leaving us to start from scratch at a time when we are demonstrating our excellence. My hope is that the steps needed to retain him in this region will be taken for the benefit of all of us. This is
Thank
critical.
you, Ms. Ramirez.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We now go to a statement submitted by Lily Limon, which reads, "Good morning. I'm writing to you on behalf of the Paso del Norte Tejano Democrats. We spend extensive time greeting voters throughout our city while working on behalf of candidates for a wide range of offices. It is no surprise that this is a time of great economic stress for our neighbors, with a pandemic lingering, gas prices rising, and confusion over property tax bills. These are all common concerns shared in our community. I am sure that if you take the time to listen to your constituents, you would hear the same concerns. With this in mind, we urge you to support the mayor's veto of a contract extension for City Manager Tommy Gonzalez. In addition to public comments during your meetings, we've heard directly from many El Pasoans who oppose altering the city manager's contract before it's close to expiring. Extending his contract is a bad business decision. You know, the city manager's contract includes a set bonus structure that will pay him over the term of the extended contract. It is not necessary to commit the city to that level of investment. Actually, it is disastrous to the taxpayers. Plus, you now have committed future councils to continue paying out the contract. If he receives an offer from another city or county, this council can always vote to counter the offer. But make sure the offer is real, not like the bogus Frisco situation where he was not the top contender. We urge you to listen to your constituents and follow the lead of a mayor, a successful businessman who understands how to manage and negotiate contracts. Sincerely, Lily Limon." The next speaker is Christian Marquette, followed by Lisa Turner, Dora Oaxaca, Isela Castañón Williams, Patrick Hernandez Cigarista, Feno Pierre. Good morning, Ms. Marquette. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, Council, Mayor Lisa, and community members. As a born and raised El Pasoan and fronteriza, constituent of District 8, community organizer, and social worker who specializes in policy practice and is committed to work that amplifies the voices and secures the needs of community members, I am here today to speak against the action of overriding Mayor Lisa's veto, and I support not prematurely extending Mr. Gonzalez's contract through 2029. This is a commitment to Mr. Gonzalez that our community cannot afford, will not, and has not benefited from, and it would be unprofessional to extend a contract while a current contract exists. As Mayor Lisa has stated previously, this is unnecessary to do so far in advance. This is especially true as City Council does not know in advance what the needs of our community will look like even in 2 years' time. I agree that this is not only unnecessary but neglectful in practice in terms of the City Council's responsibility to adhere to its constituents' demands. Mayor Lisa has continuously emphasized that the community does not want to extend Mr. Gonzalez's contract. I know many community members who don't even want this current contract to exist, as it has been a waste of resources, taxpayer money, limits Mayor Lisa's capacity to serve directly in his role, which he was voted into, and ultimately puts too much power in the hands of a stranger who doesn't even live in our community and lives unaffected by his choices, the choices he makes for our community members in El Paso. Mr. Gonzalez is not a member of the El Paso community and instead has chosen to be considered for a position in another city. This is not a challenge to our city council to extend his contract. Instead, this shows a great lack of commitment, and part of the problem is rooted in the fact that he's not an El Pasoan. The city manager position could easily be replaced by hiring local community members who have similar experience and expertise, who could serve in financial and managerial advisor positions appointed to support our city mayor. Mayor Leeser was voted in by the people of El Paso, and Mr. Gonzalez was appointed, not voted in by El Paso
Mayor,
community members.
Mayor, sorry, this is Kristen Karam. There's a rule against personal attacks, and some of these comments are personal in nature.
I'm not sure what else to say.
In
Just
relation
speaking
to where
facts,
the
I'm
city
sorry about
manager
that.
resides, that's untrue and personal in nature.
Okay, no problem. Our community makes on average, according to the US Census, $23,000 a year per individual and $48,000 a year per household. About 19% of our city, according to the census, is living in poverty. And I'm one of those children who was raised under those conditions as the daughter of an immigrant who was forced to see the few wealthy run this town while we went hungry. Other community members continue to face this today as we are still living through a global pandemic and confronting the consequences of this pandemic, which has caused a great deal of stress for our community members. Oh, excuse me. Was the clock running? I'm sorry. While she
Go
interrupted.
ahead, Ms. Marquette.
Can I? Okay. I'll try to finish fast.
You have 5 seconds.
Okay, city council members, I urge you to listen to your constituents and not override Mayor Leeser's veto. We cannot leave our community vulnerable and disempowered. We cannot ignore what is
Thank
just.
you, Ms. Marquette.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lisa Turner, followed by Dora Oaxaca, Isela Castañon Williams, Patrick Hernandez Sigarista, Fenio Pierre. Good morning, Ms. Turner. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. We're here today because you all failed to do your duty on May 23rd when this issue came up. You decided not to vote on an overriding of a veto. You abdicated your responsibility. For those of you who worked together to do that, and I say work together because it required more than one person. You got me back, and you got me back for good, and you know you're not going to like it. That's the fact of the matter. This is wrong. I feel like I fell in a sewer because you failed to vote on the issue at hand. And there was another issue about the contract. That, to me, reminds me of, what is it? What did they call that? Walking quorums, people walking around, making arrangements in back rooms. Stinks to high heaven. I don't have to know I stepped in fresh cow dung. I don't have to look at my shoes. I can smell it. And that's what I smell in this council. It's exactly what I smell in this council. We can agree to disagree. That I learned under Miss Wilson. And by the way, I sat on the City Charter Commission to craft his responsibilities. I sat on a selection committee that picked him. I've got 25 years following City Council. I know more about this council. I know more about its secrets than you do. Talk to that mayor right over there. He can tell you how I can be. Oscar can tell you, pardon me, Mayor. Mayor Leeser can tell you how I can be. I'm a royal pain. I expect you all to do things honestly. I expect you to do it in the open. I do not expect deceptive actions. I will get out here and call you out. I have no qualms about it. I'm a citizen. I put my life on the line, wore this country's uniform. Yes, veteran. Transgender woman, yes, and I have been homeless, and when I went looking for services, there were none. Yes, business is happy. You know why? Because the tax burden has been shifted to renters and homeowners, and they're getting a free ride. So I'm quite sure business is happy with Mr. Gonzalez's positions. I'll tell you right now, this is wrong what you're doing. Contract, you've got plenty of time to do a contract. The way it's been done makes me think something dishonest has been going on.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. The next speaker is Dora Oaxaca, followed by Isela Castañon Williams, Patrick Hernandez Cigarista. Good morning, Ms. Oaxaca. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Good morning, and thank you, Representative Hernandez, for putting this item on. And I just want to say that I'm here as a concerned citizen. I think that this is completely wrong to Mr. Gonzalez, to his family. I want to thank you and congratulate you because now this is political, Mayor. You've resurrected politicians from the past. You've resurrected people that are running for office to use Mr. Gonzalez as a piñata. And this is all because of a contract that is going well. A city that is doing very good. A city that has been transformed. And I'm going to give you a visual because sometimes visuals gets people thinking. This is a car and this is a city. But before, and I couldn't find a beat up old car. That's how the city looked like. And when Mr. Gonzalez got here, he transformed that beat up old car into a shiny red, and I don't know what this is because I'm not good at cars. But I can tell you something. He started the car moving and rolling forward. And that's exactly what this contract is about. This contract is about extending for 2 years. And we're not in bad timing because many of these folks that are in business understand that if you have somebody that is pulling and moving that car forward and driving it because the wheels of government turn slow. But they're turning this time. And there's a transformation. And there's people from the outside coming and recruiting, not only him, but the best. And that's what we want to keep here. And 2 years is not premature. It's perfect, especially when there's cities, when there's companies out there that are trying to get out of COVID and are looking for the best. Another thing I'm telling you, something else that I want to share with you that is very important here is that you have folks in this room that were part of that old car that didn't move because they wanted to keep cheap labor good here in El Paso. They didn't want Mexican Americans to excel to the top and be those professionals that are now, representing the majority of what looks like me and some of you. And we know what this is about because if his name was Smith, it'd be a different story. But his name is Gonzalez, and it is the truth. It hurts. But you know what? This city's a better city ever since he got here. And 5 years is not good enough and fast enough to get where we belong. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Isela Castañon Williams, followed by Patrick Hernandez Cigarista, Fenó Pierre, Helen Torres. Good morning, Ms. Castañon Williams. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm here to speak in support of overriding the mayor's veto. As a citizen in this community, I know that many, many, many other people in the community want this community to move forward. While it is true that we have very low salaries in this community, it is our dream that we work towards being able to provide a community that can provide better salaries for people in our community. I understand that. It has been said that if you extend this contract, that you are extending a contract for the life of this, for a time that exceeds your time on the city council. But as this city council, you have to make decisions now. Some of you may be on the city council in the future. It has been said that this is not about job performance, but it is about job performance because Mr. Gonzalez has performed above and beyond. He has been recognized by many organizations in this community who value his work. He has saved millions of dollars. He has done the job. We came to you a few weeks ago and we told you about the State Democratic Party convention in 2024. That is about the time that this gentleman's contract would expire if you do not take action now. He has done an outstanding job. We are going to have national TV coverage of that state convention in 2024. We need to be sure that we have a well-oiled city government working, and Mr. Gonzalez has been a great leader with his staff. We need to have him be able to work and know that he has the confidence of the city council to do all that he can do and to continue the wonderful work that he has done. I urge you to not make this a political issue. This is not a time to have it be about who is not a fan of Tommy Gonzalez. This is a time to take action on behalf of the community and to keep the community moving forward. I urge you all to override the mayor's veto. Mayor, I ask that prejudices not be provided at this point. This cannot be a power struggle. This needs to be about decision-making that moves our community forward, and giving this gentleman an extension of his contract is the right thing to do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Castaño Williams. The next speaker is Patrick Hernandez Cigarruista. Sir, if you're in the queue, *6 to unmute your telephone. Patrick Hernandez Cigarruista. *6, please. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
May I begin to speak?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, I would just like to say that I do not know any of the city council members very personally, or the city manager. I've only, seen them in passing, maybe a handshake. And the city does seem to be doing very well. But one of the things that I'm extremely concerned about is the certificate of obligation debt that we've incurred. So what I would like to ask, if the city manager does decide to stay and if we do extend his contract, let's figure out a way to make things better without spending so much money, without leaving a debt burden on homeowners. As to this particular agenda item, I do support the mayor's veto. I think El Pasoans are only asking for what's fair, for our government to be open. And to recall during the pandemic that 156 employees were furloughed, and some of them even finally let go. 300 contract and seasonal employees were also let go. And those are the people who needed the jobs the most during the pandemic. And I'm not saying that the city manager isn't doing a great job. I'm a veteran myself, and I'm proud of him. I'm proud that he's attained the level of success that he has. But one thing that I do ask is that you just give El Pasoans a fair deal, and that would be included in keeping things open and honest. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Fenel Pierre. Mr. Pierre, if you're in the queue, *6 to unmute your telephone. Fenel Pierre, *6. Fenel Pierre, *6. I don't see Mr. Pierre's phone number in the
Ms.
queue.
Bryan, I think he sent a letter in that we all received yesterday to read.
I'll search for his letter while we move on to Helen Torres. Ms. Torres? Helen Torres? *6, please. I don't see Helen Torres in the queue. Josh Simmons? Josh Simmons, *6, please. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, distinguished city staff. My name is Josh Simmons. I am a resident of District 5, a community member, and I am a concerned citizen of the city of El Paso over the continued revisiting of this issue over the city manager's contract. I support the mayor's veto. I want to also outline what has been already mentioned before by previous speakers. This has become entirely political. Now, the only reason why this overreach of the extension of the contract for the current city manager has been met, and to point out that those 7 years would exceed the next term of city council members that are currently sitting or those looking to futurely run. You want to speak about bullying? Well, this is bullying on a different level. The city manager holds many of your projects within your districts ransom for either lack of support, either on this issue, which may be what the discussion may have been behind closed doors, or the assumption of so. And the only reason why it's from those members who have voted in favor is because, yes, they have future political aspirations, whether it be for re-election or a higher office within the city government. This is why this is happening currently. This is not the way city government should be run. And regardless of the man sitting in the position, the city manager position has too much power. It has left the hands of the people and has been put in place of an unelected, long-term contracted employee. And this person, regardless of their merits and their certifications, these are not unique duties to the human. This human can be replaced. And a lot of the comments said today sound a lot like a eulogy. So I say we let the contract, the extension not continue, no cap on this going forward. We revisit this and address the salary cap individually. Let his contract face those 2-year renewal periods, and let's evaluate it from the public's perspective. Again, those merits and criteria on which the city council makes a determination of performance for the city manager must be made public. This is a city government for the people, not by the select few that sit in elected offices or those who are rubbing elbows, who are friends and money filled and overflowing with money, who are oligarchs. This needs to be a motion from the people to make sure that we control our government and we make those decisions for ourselves, for the benefit of ourselves, and not for any one particular's pocketbook or payroll salary. So $400K is more than enough to do the job. We have city staff employees who are working tirelessly to do a lot of the background work, and they are underpaid, overworked, and overburdened. So I urge the city council to uphold the veto against the current city manager's contract, and let's evaluate this from a more strategical and smart way, because we have budgets that are due. This is a waste of time for the city and the city staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I located the comment from Mr. Pierre, and it reads, again, I unequivocally support the mayor's veto decision. The city manager contract extension is a non-issue for District 2 residents. With rising inflation costs, my family and I would hope you all use your time and energy to address all the pressing issues that alter the lives of folks in District 2 and, quite frankly, our residents. Furthermore, our quality of life hasn't been the same since COVID-19 hit our city. There is a wide consensus to continue improving risk mitigation. Why don't you work on that? And finally, now is a great time to tackle our aging infrastructure in District 2. It is time to move on from endless bickerings and focus on the work before us. Pinot Pierre. The next speaker is Ms. Emma Acosta. Good morning, Ms. Acosta. You have 3 minutes.
Can you?
You're on mute, ma'am. Star 6, please, to unmute your telephone.
You hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, can you
Yes,
hear me?
yes, we can hear you, Ms. Acosta.
Okay, thank you. I'm having a little bit of problems here. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm calling you today to ask you to uphold the contract amendments that were already approved. As I understand it, at a work session held on May 23rd, 2022, per the city charter, it is under the explicit purview of City Council to oversee and adjust any agreements related to the employment of the city manager. And whereas per the city charter, the authority to make amendments to the city manager's employment contract is granted to the council as a whole and not to any one member or individual of the voting body. We are sending a message to future highly qualified Hispanics and individuals to be hired in El Paso, not to believe what the council has approved, because 1 week it may be approved, followed by a veto. Another week it'll be approved again, followed by another veto. I'm asking you again not to do this. It sends a bad message to others, not just in Texas, but throughout the nation. Everyone is watching El Paso right now. We have a very highly qualified individual as a city manager. so much so that other cities are trying to recruit him. So let's keep him in El Paso. Let's keep the best of the best, the creme de la creme. What other individuals may be saying, what other individuals may not be saying is besides the point. I believe that if council, a supermajority of council, has agreed on a contract, that contract should be honored because that is what was voted on, and not to be reneged week 1 and then week 2 again. It is sending a very bad message to others. It is sending a very bad message to future highly qualified individuals. Let's keep the best of the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is a comment submitted by Elizabeth Reed, and it reads, Dear Mayor Lisa and City Council representatives, as a City of El Paso resident and a registered voter, I remain opposed to extending City Manager Tommy Gonzalez's contract at this time. I apologize for the delay in sending in my comments. I recently injured my back. My concerns are the following. Number 1, why extend Mr. Gonzalez's current contract as it does not expire until 2024 and it is 2022? In my opinion, Mr. Gonzalez, considering employment elsewhere, is not a reason to renegotiate his contract 2 years prior to the employment agreement expiring. Number 2, what is the fiscal impact on the city and us taxpayers to extend Mr. Gonzalez's contract prior to its expiration? Number 3, what is the complete...
She's out.
I'm
She's
sorry.
out.
Can
When does
somebody...
Carla come back, or does she come back? I'm kidding.
I'm sorry. Can you mute your microphone, please?
She's out this.
Everyone in
So-
Teams, please mute your microphone.
Kristen Hamilton.
Thank you. Number 3, what is the complete financial impact to extend his contract by 7 years? The city has not been transparent in the total cost. Number 4, how is the city manager's salary package determined? Conducting research, I learned that other city managers in Texas who have larger populations, who have a lower salary than City Manager Gonzalez. Has the City of El Paso in the last 5 years contracted with a reputable company to conduct a salary survey? If not, it should consider doing so. Looking in recent history, the City Council has a disturbing pattern of giving raises to top-level executives at the city. I have no direct knowledge of the work performance of the city manager or other higher administrative staff at the city. However, I find it irresponsible to dole out $20,000 in merit raises as the city did in 2019 during the pandemic and time of layoffs. How do you think the rest of city personnel feel about such actions? How is that financially responsible when many other companies and governments were freezing salary to try to avoid layoffs? According to media reports, the $20,000 merit raises have been part of the employment contract. If that is accurate, the City of El Paso should include force majeure clauses in their employment contracts that no merit raises are provided during difficult financial times and national emergencies such as a pandemic. The nation continues to plummet into financial crisis as inflation and fuel prices continue to skyrocket. It is the City Council thinking of all city personnel, or is your primary concern with the management level and the city manager's job satisfaction? There is a perception in the community that the City Council is out of touch with constituents and true needs of the community. Improved streets, flood mitigation, enhanced public safety, solid waste remediation, economic development, and the list goes on, are things that are needed, not for the city to continue to waste taxpayer dollars on having special meetings about the city manager's contract when the contract does not expire until 2024. Mayor, that concludes public comment this morning on this item.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And one of the things I do want to comment on, that this is obviously not a bit against Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez has done a good job for the city. Mr. Gonzalez is still under contract whether the veto is upheld or not. One of the things that's, I received, and I looked at a lot of Facebook posts, and this book is totally full of people in support of what we're doing. And it's kind of sad to see that someone would come up and talk about whether it's a racial or not, because it's not. It's not political. It's not racial. We have a contract. So I'm going to give you a perfect example here also that, so we extend the contract for 9 years. If you look at the contract of Mr. Gonzalez, we could extend it for 100 years. But at any point, Mr. Gonzalez has the right, because there's no clause on there that he could leave, and at any point, this council or any other council, whether it's in January of next year, in 24, or again in 25, 26, 27, whenever it may be, that contract can be void and null. So today we do have a current contract, and in that contract, it can be terminated by either party at any time. So extending a current contract that can be terminated at any time, it didn't make a lot of sense. We have a contract that should be negotiated when it's time, and no disrespect to the council, and that it's never been the intent. No disrespect to Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez and I have been working in the last couple of weeks, and Mr. Gonzalez has been nothing but a professional, and I want to thank you for that, sir. You know, we've had probably 4 or 5 meetings, and they've been nothing but professional, and it has continued to operate the city in that manner. But again, if we extend a contract for 7 more years, at any time, any council can terminate it. And so it didn't really make sense to continue to extend this contract when we have a contract, and we have a contract that will continue to have Mr. Gonzalez continue to lead the city council, the city, and its 6,000 employees. So it's not about pay, it's not about performance. A performance evaluation will be done a little later today, and that should have nothing to do with this. So I just want to make sure that people know that we have a current contract. It has nothing to do with Mr. Gonzalez, his performance, and again, it has to do with timing and the way it was done. So again, no disrespect to the council, as I've enjoyed working and continue to enjoy working with you all. Representative Hernandez.
Hi, okay, good morning. Thank you, Mayor. So first and foremost, I want to thank all of the speakers today and for all of your comments. I think that there's one common trend that I've heard from the majority of speakers today is that we do have an exemplary employee in our hands that is pushing this community forward. And so that is really the major driver here as to why this council feels, through previous action, feels that it is proper, it's not improper, that it's proper to extend the city manager's contract. Mayor Leeser, you said that there is no disrespect to this council, but unfortunately, these vetoes have casted a negative light on the city's workforce, on our operations, as well as the credibility of the city. I've heard speakers say here that all eyes are on El Paso, and this council and this body, that's absolutely true. Collectively, the supermajority of this council has already spoken, and we are collectively the voices of the majority of this constituency and the residents in El Paso. We are their voices, and we were elected to make those bold decisions to ensure that we have a professional that is leading this community forward. And in 2014, Mayor Leeser, when you approved with the council then a contract for Mr. Gonzalez for 5 years, then in 2014, we agree that there has been momentum, that the performance has been exemplary. And when your entire body here on council evaluates a manager with raving reviews, the objective here is to continue to provide that continuity and momentum. And when we offered that extension for Mr. Gonzalez, when he accepted and withdrew his name, I think this council has an obligation to look at the long-term vision for the city, and I think Mr. Gonzalez has been able to achieve that. And in any business, in any workforce, we do have an obligation to make sure that we keep our best and brightest within that organization, and that's what this action does here today. And so I'm really looking forward to focusing on the real issues at the city. This council has to work on a budget. We have to work on economic development agreements. We have to work on bringing viable, skilled jobs for our workforce. And we have other crises like the lack of population, the reduction of population. We have values that are skyrocketing. We have a plan that we want to ensure that Mr. Gonzalez is part of, so that we can adjust any of the concerns of the community. I've heard from city employees as well. Some are concerned about what does this mean for our department? What does this mean for collective bargaining agreements? Do you want to work with a city manager who has experience in that? Or do you want a city manager who is going to be brand new and is going to cause a lot of problems in the future if we don't have a trained city manager? And so You have a hot mic. If someone can please mute your mic. At any rate, so I do want to first thank Mr. Gonzalez for accepting this extension. There's nothing improper about that. We do see value in your management, your administration. The workforce agrees here that you have done a lot, not only for their compensation. There's a lot of salary increases, a lot of lump sum. There's been a compensation study. So you are trying to right size the city's workforce salary. And I think I've heard loud and clear from this workforce, over 6,000 employees, that they're appreciative of that and that we need to do more, of course. But anytime there's additional savings on the table, your first response along with your team is, what can we do more for this workforce that gives every single day? They sacrifice for this community to lead it forward. This is not a matter of if Mr. Gonzalez is worthy of his performance. He's demonstrated that. Our evaluation has said as much. It is, what can we do to keep a professional, a talented professional in our community long term? Because as an employee, any employee can leave our community, and so it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we make a competitive, market-driven offer. And I think we've been able to achieve that today. But unfortunately, it's just gone a different way, and I'm just very sad for this community, because I know every one of you are doing the best. You want to do the best for this community. So with that said, I just want to reiterate that at any point in the future, any council can cancel this contract for cause or convenience. That is up to future councils. What this council wants to do today is to ensure that there's long-term continuity, there's momentum, and that we have a professional in this role going to lead the administration with the utmost professionalism and talent that this community deserves. And so I want to make a motion to approve item number 1. Voting yes in favor of overriding would put back the previous action, which was to extend Mr. Gonzalez's contract for 5 years. These decisions will have to be made in the next 12 months at any point, but now we feel it's appropriate given recent news and, of course, given the performance of the city manager. And so that's my motion. I move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Representative Hernandez. And Mayor Pro Tem? Huh? You second, so that stops the conversation, or would
No.
No, you
Only
can
for
continue.
deletions.
No, we can go ahead. Mayor Pro Tem? Go ahead, sir.
I'd actually removed it. I know that Representative Molinar wanted to go, so.
Oh, you moved your, I didn't see you went from, you were next. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate everything you're doing for us. And to everybody that came here out of their time to address the podium here and give us your input, I want to say thank you very much. For those of you who called in, for those of you who took the time to write, it's democracy in action. But we also have to respect there's a process, and we got to make sure that we do things right, and we got to make sure that we do things well. And to me, there's many things that are very disheartening about everything that has been happening in the last month of May. 2021, I saw some amazing things, good and bad, for us here at City Council. But the last month, 6 weeks, have been more amazing than 2021. So we have another full 6-7 months to go in 2022, see how that's going to ride out. But either way, let's get back to the topic. And so I have nothing against personally Mr. Gonzalez. You have done great things for our community. I will said that to you publicly, said that to you privately. But to me, the timing of this is not correct. It is just not, does not sit well with me. And it's very, just very different when you go out. I was at a community event on Saturday, and as soon as I walked in, I had a flood of people, at least 4 or 5 people that came up to me. whether I knew them or not. They were just telling me, oh, thank you very much for voting it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And so it's just something different. People I don't even know, people from other districts, not even District 4. And so it's just very different. Phone calls, our emails have been in support. Only one person has said, you know, why did you vote the way you did? And I called them and I explained to them my purpose and the way I voted for that. But it's just, I believe it is not the correct time to do this. There are 2 years left in this contract. We need to make forward. You know, we talk about economic development, we talk about our employees. I can tell you, the employees are talking. And the ones that I've heard are screaming that, hey, thank you very much for what you're doing. Thank you for supporting us. It's just very different. I was a city employee, and I was a very proud city employee. And here on this dais, I'm still a very proud city representative, and I am more proud to represent Northeast El Paso. I hope my colleagues understand what you're doing here as city representatives. You are the voice of the people that you represent, that you elected. I can't remember the exact speaker. I think it was Mayor Wardy mentioned about the process, about the transparency, and things like that. And so far, all of this has just been taken away from us, taken away from economic development, taken away from the budget, taken away from all these other things. You know, we talk about, once again, El Paso Strong, and that's great. Like I said, we all have a voice to say in what we say and how we say it. But this has taken away so much that we could focus our time, our money, our energy into positive things to make this community better and make this community great. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Molinar. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
To be honest, this is pretty disappointing and frustrating when there's so many other activities and momentum and development going on in our city, and that has occurred over these last 7 years I'm in office, and that we're back to the sort of chaos and confusion of when I first started onto council. It's pretty disappointing and frustrating, but not at all surprising. We are not elected here for a popularity contest. As far as I could tell, we are not governed by Facebook. Many of which comments are coming from people who don't understand exactly how a council manager form of government work, who are busy trying to put food on their tables and work hard for their community, for their families, and don't understand how a council manager form of government works and don't want to care. They see a price, a contract for the city manager, and see the politicization of that occurring. Let's be clear, this is not about the city manager's performance here today. We heard it from our own mayor that this is not about a city manager's performance. But in a sense, it is very much about a city manager's performance. We have an exemplary city manager that has brought savings to this, has brought innovative and creative strategies and practices and processes here, including creating the first renewable energy strategic plan, because there were members of the REACT board that were frustrated with a lack of movement and momentum. And from that strategic plan, we're now planning a 5 megawatt solar farm on El Paso airport land. The energy from that is going to be able to cover the offset for the energy from the airport and other city facilities. That is because of a strategic plan that the city manager worked with the entire council, not just one member. This is not about terminating his contract, right? As we heard it from our mayor, this contract can be terminated by either or party at any time in the future. A month from now, Representative Rivera can put an item to terminate city manager's contract. We can do that in 2 years. We can do that in 3 years. We can do that in 7 years. Whatever we owe him is whatever we owe him, nothing more, nothing less. And this extension does not change those dollars. It does not change those cents. But the action that's happening here makes no sense. It makes no sense towards good governance. It makes no sense towards fiscal responsibility. It makes no sense that a businessman, a businesswoman would come up with these kind of ideas, except if we understand truly what this is about. Said it before, I'll say it again. This is absolutely politically motivated. These vetoes by the mayor are here to help candidates that align with the mayor to turn out incumbents. People that are sitting at this council that have been working hard for many years representing this community. And these vetoes that are placed are there to create a talking point, are there to create a weapon against incumbents for November's election. That is what is going on here. That is why a veto in theory is a great idea, but I would actually rather hear our mayor vote on every single item. That to me is democracy. Don't you want to know where your mayor stands on every single item that this council votes on? Not just vetoing when it happens to be time for an election or to gear up for an election? Because the only times I've ever seen vetoes happen from this mayor and the previous mayor was when it was right around election season, or they had friends that they wanted to put in the election season. So this isn't about his performance. We figured that out. This isn't about terminating his contract. And evidently it's not about salary, right? Because we know that his salary started back in 2014 with a 5% merit increase. And that 5% merit increase was not created by any of the members that sit on this council here except for the mayor. The mayor in 2014 agreed to a contract with that city manager, who is a brand new city manager, that authorized a 5% increase in his salary every year if he merited it, if his contract evaluation, his performance evaluation was above average. That's why his salary is at over $400,000 today. It's not because of a council that's out of control. It was because when that contract was agreed upon in 2014 by this mayor that's sitting here then, and that council, they were the ones that agreed to that. So you should know that. You should understand that and why this is happening here. This is not good governance. This is not a way to be fiscally responsible. But it's a great case of political theater. And it's unfortunate because there's too much important business going on here in this council, going on in this city to focus on this. We have heard it from our own mayor's mouth. This is an exemplary performing employee. We have somebody that other cities want to have lead their city. Why would we not keep them further? We know that there's somebody here that is working hard for our city. I wish more people understood what a city councilman and a city manager do together alongside a mayor. But in the case here, when you have somebody that has proven results to this community, that is working hard, why would you not keep them here? Again, extending his contract today does not change what he is owed if both parties turn to terminate him. It doesn't make a difference that it happens next month, 2 years from now, 4 years from now, or 5 years from now. And so it's unfortunate that we're in this situation again. I want to thank every member that was here. Mayor Wardy, thank you again for your time speaking, and others that were here today. I just think it's important that we call this out for what it is and understand that moving forward, because there's a lot of great things that are going on, and we need to continue this momentum in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and I think you couldn't be any more wrong about the contract. Now, the contract is what the contract is, of course, and this is not about that.
Did you authorize it? Did you authorize a 5%? Did you authorize a 5%? I saw the floor. Did you authorize a 5% increase?
I did not interrupt you.
Did you authorize a 5% increase on his?
All right, this is not a debate at this point. You need to be professional.
I thought we're in a democracy, sir.
All right, and that's why I have the floor. And you need to be quiet while I have the floor, you understand? Now, I remember why Mayor Margot did not like you, why Mayor Margot disrespected you, because you seem to want to interrupt me, and you seem to have a problem with the prior mayor. You have a problem with me now, and it's got nothing to do with me. Remember,
I haven't
you're the
physically
common
threatened you.
denominator.
You physically threatened me.
You are the common denominator.
You physically threatened me before this dies.
Let me explain to you, sir, that the biggest issue is that we need to have decorum here, and I allowed you to speak, and I will continue to allow you to speak. Now, this is not about the contract and what's in the contract. It's not about that if he quits with or without merit, he gets paid for whatever he gets paid, $1 million or whatever. That's got nothing to do with this. Whether he, if it's not approved by anyone in 2 years, it renews by itself for 2 more. I mean, at the end of the contract, it renews for 2 more years. Those things that were not in there in 2014. So let's not discuss what you want to discuss, which is the 5% in the contract, which was in there. The 1.5% that now he gets plus was not in the contract then. We didn't want to discuss that. So yeah, if he terminates for with or without cause, he has the ability to get paid an additional year, plus vacation, plus sick leave. That's got nothing to do with this. You're right, Mr. Gonzalez has done a very good job. And, you know, it's funny that I sit there, and you might want to go look at when Joyce Wilson was leaving, we heard the same thing from the community. The community came in, and the community was very upset, and this was right after the vote for the ballpark. This was they were very upset, and this was that Ms. Wilson, who was moving the city forward, that we had just voted for a ballpark, was going to be gone, and we did not offer her a new contract. So this is no different than it was today. So, and we did have the committee speak, we had people speak, and at the end of the day, it was very, very important that we picked someone different. And you're right, I was in support of Mr. Gonzalez. And I am in support of him today. Mr. Gonzalez is a professional and has done a good job. And that's why we have the contract that we have, because Mr. Gonzalez has done a good job. It's got nothing to do with a contract and no contract. There was a contract offered with a cap. There was a contract with no cap. This is not about A or B, it's about C. It's too early to negotiate. It's too early to move and to do the contract over again. So it's not, and it's a shame that we bring up about Mr. Gonzalez, because you're right, this is not an evaluation of his performance. His performance has nothing to do with this. And you're right, I did say that, and I'll continue to say that, and I'll continue to respect and be courteous to Mr. Gonzalez as he has during our last 4 or 5 meetings. So again, the contract in 14 and the contract in 18 and 19 have a lot of the things the same, and it's got a lot of things different. And that's things that will continue to be negotiated when the contract comes to time for it to be renegotiated. For it to be political, I think you forgot that I didn't ask Mr. Gonzalez to accept an offer to go apply somewhere else. That was something to do with Mr. Gonzalez, which was not offered to me. I didn't put the item on the agenda, which the community is against, to extend this contract. I think you forgot that that was done by you all. So it had nothing to do with me. Now, I didn't agree with it, and so you think that I politically asked Mr. Gonzalez to go apply somewhere else? You think that politically I asked you all to put an item on the agenda to extend this contract? Absolutely not. That had nothing to do with me. So to help who? Mr. Pickett, who I asked to stay in line because that wasn't a topic, so I helped him with that? I think you're very mistaken by your statements. It is political, but I think you're going on the wrong way about thinking about where it is political. I do respect the council. I have the right to veto. You're right. This council deserves, and the community deserves, to know where the mayor stands. And I think more than not, I always base my opinion on any item that's going on today or any other day. And I veto items that I believe, and I'm not running for re-election because guess what? I don't know if you realize, I can't run for re-election. So it's got nothing to do with me.
Neither can I. Neither can I.
There's good things, right? So anyway, I think that this is getting out of hand, and accusations are improper and out of line, and I think you need to see it for what it is instead of trying to make it something that it's not. Thank you. Go ahead, sir. I know you have the floor next.
No, and I appreciate it, Mayor. And again, I know that we're all in here for the right reasons of wanting to see this community forward. Again, I think the frustrating part is that we've had these conversations with the council and the mayor present, and the position that you've taken hasn't been one that's communicated to this council as a whole. So oftentimes we don't know where you stand on these items till there's a press release sent out, and we find out in that press release that you want to veto something.
No, but you do remember, and I'll ask you a question, when you brought it up in executive session that you thought we ought to extend this contract when it was not an item, I said, I don't recommend we'll be violating the open meetings violation, but I don't recommend we do that. I will not support it.
So Mayor,
I'm telling you that I won't support something up front I'm not going to support it. It's got nothing to do politically.
First of all, you're releasing information from executive session. Unfortunately, the information releasing is not true because I did not bring that up during that, and nor do those words insane. However, you have leaked classified information that was shared by other council members during your one-on-one meetings in your office. Information that was personally damaging to people and their families as well.
Okay, this is not what we're talking about today. Let's stay on topic. If you want to,
we can stay on topic. It's important to understand that this lack of communication is really something where, you know, you have a council and a mayor, again, that it's just very unfortunate, and this council and this community deserve better in terms of leadership.
thank you. And I think the voters will have an opportunity, because that item is going to be put on the, for the voters to vote in November, whether they want the mayor to continue the veto and whether they want the mayor to vote on all items. And that will be up to the community. And I can tell you again, these emails and Facebook posts that I printed, over 99% of them were in support. So thank you for that. And with that, Ms. Prime, we do have a motion and a second.
Yes, Mayor. Representative Rodriguez, will you please turn on your camera, ma'am? So we can see you on screen. Representative Rodriguez, your camera is off. You need to turn on your camera, ma'am, so we can see you. I'm not sure, Representative.
Mayor, while we're waiting for Representative Rodriguez, may I ask a question? May I ask a question while we're waiting for Representative Rodriguez? Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez, I have a question for you because I keep hearing this over and over again. Are you aware that the city charter requires that a city manager establish a residency in El Paso?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you prepared to say whether or not you have a residency in El Paso today?
Absolutely. I've had a residence in El Paso since I've been in El Paso in June of 23rd of 2014. I actually was in June 23rd, 2014. I had temporary housing, and then we got into a home the end of July, I believe, and we've been in that home ever since.
Okay.
Well, we were in that home, I say ever since, and then we moved into another home, and we're in a third home right now.
Okay. Are you aware that your contract also requires you to establish a residency?
Absolutely, and I have a residence here.
Okay.
We live here every day, 24/7, 365.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that when members of the media who have the responsibility to report factual and accurate information understand that you've heard today from Mr. Gonzalez that he has established residency and he has lived in El Paso since 2014. Anything other than that is untruthful, unfair, and wrong. And so we just want to make sure that that is cleared by the record. I've heard multiple outlets report otherwise without correcting that or giving you opportunity to correct that. And then, Mrs. Prine, were you able to determine if Mrs. Rodriguez were on?
I've asked Ms. Rodriguez to turn on her camera. However, she says she has no camera option. I'm just checking with our legal folks to see if she's able to vote.
I think she is, isn't she?
If we can't see her. Ms. Hamilton is checking really quick just to make sure that she has the option to vote even if we can't see her on screen.
Is there a requirement to be online?
I'm checking, Mayor. One moment,
okay,
please.
thank you.
I apologize.
Is it
and
okay?
I think Mr. Gonzalez in his press release did clarify that because it was mentioned in ABC Extra, and he wanted to make sure the community was aware of that, so he did clarify that.
No, and I think that unfortunately, because it wasn't corrected immediately, now there's this misconception in the community. At no fault of their own, they rely on responsible journalism in this community to get their information. But in the absence of responsible journalism, it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we clarify that. The other thing I wanted to mention, a concern that I heard regarding the other provisions in Mr. Gonzalez's contract. I just want to share with council that I am in favor of reviewing these evaluations, and I'm also in favor of relooking at provisions of the contract. I know that the public has heard from irresponsible reporting that salaries were going to be increased as a result of this action. I want to be clear that City Council does not increase salaries unless our employees are able to earn those performance merit increases. And so when people are stating, when the media or reporters are stating that this action would inflate or boost or increase the salary or may increase, it lends the community to believe that this council has increased that without any performance metrics or without any evaluation. So I also want to be crystal clear to the public that this action would not increase or inflate or boost or may do that in the future, that an employee has to earn that right, earn that merit increase, which means that the city manager or city attorney would have to work with every single member of this council to ensure that their evaluations are astounding and good and meets expectation or even better.
Oh, y'all hear me?
We could hear you, Representative Rodriguez. We just cannot see you.
Okay, I have.
You can do it without,
Representative Rodriguez, can you turn on your camera? We can't see you or hear you at this time.
It's required that she be visible, Mayor.
okay, thank you.
Can we recess for technical issues so it can be resolved, so we all are here present to vote?
Will she be able to get camera? You know, if we recess and it doesn't happen, we don't need to.
Well, she had her camera on earlier. I'm unsure.
Can you all hear me and see me? I don't. Hello?
We can hear you, but we can't see you, Representative Rodriguez.
It's showing my camera is on.
Can you hang up and call back in?
About now, can you see me now?
No. Representative Rodriguez, if you hang up, I'll call you back in and see if that works.
Okay, so you're gonna call me?
Yes, if you'll hang up, I'll call you right back in.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Prynas, see if
Well, let's
she
see
can
if
use
this
her
works.
cell phone.
Let's see if this works for her. She's gonna disconnect and call her back in.
Representative Rodriguez, I'm going to remove you from the meeting because we still can't see you, but I'll call you right back in, okay? I don't think she can hear us.
Let's see if we call her back in.
I'm gonna remove her from the meeting, but I'm calling her back in.
She's still up on the screen.
I'm calling her in now. Hello, Representative Rodriguez? Do you have your camera on, ma'am? I still can't see her. Representative Rodriguez, your camera isn't on. We don't see you on the screen. Can you hear us, ma'am? Representative Rodriguez, do you hear us? She's having technical difficulties. She's not able
Should
to
we
hear
just
us, or we can't see her on
Motion to
screen.
recess this meeting, or?
Could we recess? You made the motion? I'll
Motion to
second it.
recess?
I'll second it for 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
There's a motion and a second to recess for 5 minutes to address technical difficulties. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Is there anyone else opposed besides Representative Anello? There's two. The motion passes with a majority in favor of the recess for 5 minutes. We'll return at 9:40 a.m.
Ms. Prine, can we reconvene, please? It's been 5 minutes.
Yes,
Or
Mayor.
more?
Council, if you'll return to the dais, we can resume the meeting. It is 9:44.
Council, if you're in back, can you please come up? Ms. Prine, we do have a quorum now. If we can,
Council, may we have a motion to reconvene? There's a motion and a second to reconvene the special meeting. All in favor? Anyone opposed? The meeting is back in session at 9:44 a.m.
Mayor, I move to recess until after the agenda work session.
pardon me?
Second.
Before we do that, I'd like to call the question, Ms. Prine.
She just made a motion.
We have a motion and a second on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, unless they, I understand. Can we call the question though? Or in the middle of a motion? We have a motion and a second on the floor. Ms. Christian, we do have a motion and a second.
If the motion remains, you could call the question, but I think
That's
if
the
there's a
first
motion.
question. There's a motion
Ms.
now on the
Prine
floor.
is the parliamentarian. If there is a motion
There's a motion on the floor that,
if there's a motion to recess, I don't know how that
Is the motion,
comes in the rule.
Okay, so since my motion is the main motion, that motion should take place
Now,
first.
you can pull your motion, the original motion, and then there's no motion in a second. But currently
Correct.
we have one, so that would be the
there's a
second
motion on the
motion.
floor. If Representative Rivera would like to withdraw his second in order to recess.
No.
You don't withdraw your second in order to recess?
So we're calling for a recess until after agenda review.
That's what I'm saying, but you already have a motion and a second, so what she's
But you-
saying
that
is
was
if
even
you can
before
pull
you
your
called the question,
second,
sir. That
if
was
you can
even
pull
before
your
you called the
second on the
On to-
original
on the
motion,
approved.
then we can recess, because there's already a motion on the floor. So that's all she's saying. And then we can come back, but right now there's a motion and a second for item 1. If you want to postpone or recess on it, we should pull the motion, correct?
That's correct. If Representative Rivera will withdraw his second
For which
for
second
the
did you
motion
make?
to approve.
Oh, okay, so he
And
made
then
a
we can
motion.
come back and you can
Yeah.
second it again.
Right, and so correct, and so that's the motion that we should keep on the floor, is
Which
what
is
I'm
to
asking
recess.
for.
Right,
Which is
but
to
what
recess.
she's saying is,
Mhm.
the motion for item number 1 has been second. If we call the question, then we have to take a vote. If he pulls his second out on that, we can recess and then come back to it. what she's
That's not
saying.
what I understand.
The motion previously on the floor was to approve, and it was made by Representative Hernandez, seconded by Representative Rivera. Representative Rivera, do you remove your second on that one?
I see what you're saying
And then
now.
we can
Yes.
recess and come back to it.
So the motion originally that I made
Right.
was to approve
Right.
the discussion action. I thought we were talking about separate motions.
Yes.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
no, that's what I'm
We're
saying,
talking
yeah.
about
You okay with
the
Yes.
motion to
Right.
the main
Okay,
item.
I'll withdraw the second.
Thank
motion to
Representative-
recess
Thank you. Now we have a
Motion to
motion
recess.
to
Correct.
and a
recess.
second, which is the second motion
Yes,
now
sir.
to
Uh-huh.
recess.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, for
So
clarifying.
There's a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzman, seconded by
Second.
Representative Hernandez to recess the special city council meeting until what time now?
After the agenda work session?
Until after the agenda review meeting?
Excuse me, agenda review meeting.
Agenda
Thank
review.
you.
Okay. And this is a motion and a second to recess till after the agenda review meeting. All in favor?
Yes.
Anyone opposed? The motion passes. I'm
It
sorry.
so passes.
Is there anybody else besides Representative Anello and Molinar opposed to the recess? If not, the motion passes and the special city council meeting is in recess at 9:48 a.m. in order to convene the agenda review meeting. Mayor, may we convene the agenda review meeting? Please. Thank you. Good morning. This is an agenda review meeting of the El Paso City Council for Monday, June 6, 2022. It is 9:48 a.m. Present in council chambers are Mayor Leeser, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein, Representative Anello, Representative Hernandez, Representative Molinar, Representative Salcido, Representative Rivera, Representative Lizarraga. Representative Rodriguez requested to be excused from this meeting. On the agenda is the agenda review for the regular meeting in the Mass Transit Department Board for June 7th, 2022. Mayor, we do have a quorum for agenda review.
I was trying to help you.
Oh, okay.
If we may, Mayor, can we begin with item number 3?
Are you on the regular agenda?
We're on the regular agenda,
Okay.
the agenda review for the regular agenda. Mayor, may we begin with item 3?
Please.
Thank you. Item number 3.
Figure it out. Good morning, members of City Council. This is Jessica Cordova with Economic and International Development. Item number 3 is the First Amendment to the Chapter 380 agreement with Fly Zone, also known as iFly, to decrease the maximum aggregated grant payments due to the applicant over the term of the agreement by 5%. This is a consideration to the approximate 5% reduction to the minimum investment.
Thank you very much. Item 4. Who's got a question? I'm sorry, Representative Sarga?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to request to move this item to the regular agenda, please.
Yes, ma'am. We'll add it to the proposed revisions.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Next item, please. Ms. Prime?
Item number 4 is solid waste liens.
Number 5, please.
Good morning. For the record, Ben Fife, Managing Director of Cultural Affairs and Recreation. Item 5 is a resolution for temporary alcohol sales in Memorial Park Reserve for the 2022 Art in the Park event.
Thank you. Item 6.
Item 6, again, Ben Fife, is approval of a resolution to authorize the city manager to amend the 2022 public art plan to include a mural on the side of the Acosta Sports Center.
Thank you, sir. Item 7.
Mayor, I had a question about number 5.
Go ahead, please. Item 5, you said?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just curious, how many years has this Art in the Park event been going on for?
Art in the Park has actually been going on for 30 plus years, sir.
Okay. And then the amendments relating to certification reports that change the certification amount if needed, what does that actually mean in layman's terms?
I would defer to legal on that, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem Kristen Karam, for the record. That would just be any changes that are required by the certifications related to the alcohol sales. So it would be state law requirements if there's a change in what they submit in order to comply with the state law requirements.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're on item 7.
Good morning. Lindsay Adams, Economic and International Development. Item 7 is for the city manager to be authorized to sign an agreement between the city and Focus Advocacy for consulting services relating to the legislative services. There will be a revision to this item for tomorrow in order to clarify the term to better align with the legislative session.
Thank you. Item 8.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Yvette Hernandez with the Capital Improvement Department. Item number 8 is the First Amendment to the on-call agreement for professional services. This is between the City of El Paso and CBRE. It's increasing from 2 years to 3 years, the dollar amount from $100,000 to $300,000, total contract amount, including options, not to exceed $500,000.
Thank you. Item 9.
Andy Garcia with Streets and Maintenance Department. Item 9 is to authorize the city manager to sign the traffic signal agreement between the City of El Paso and Franklin Property Brothers, Pros, where the city agrees to maintain the traffic signal improvements installed by Franklin Property Pros located at the intersection of State Highway 659, North Zaragoza Road, and Henry Brandon Drive.
Thank you. Item 10.
Good morning, Terry Kepschel, Animal Services Director. This item is a request to allow the city manager to sign an agreement between the city and the El Paso Community Foundation. This partnership will help promote animal welfare initiatives and promote a nonprofit vehicle for gifts from private and other donors for the benefit of animal services. The initial term is for 5 years with an option to renew annually thereafter.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, we do have public comment on item 10. We have Ms.
You want public comment first, or would you like to make comment? Public comment, please.
Ms. Turner signed up to speak on item 10. Ms. Turner, you'll have 3 minutes.
So, I'll have my questions answered come Tuesday, and I don't have to ask about them. So.
Hello, can y'all see me?
Yes, ma'am.
Could somebody go into further explanations for this, please? So I can fully understand what this item is about.
Chief?
Yes, this is going to be a partnership between City of El Paso and the Community Foundation. It allows us to work together to help promote animal services and life-saving initiatives. They'll set up a foundation similar to what we've done with other organizations within the city. The History Museum has the same type of agreement, and we work together to have fundraising events. People can donate directly to the foundation, and that gives us a mechanism to purchase items such as leashes and that type of thing, or any other things that we may need through the donation process.
So will this reduce the city's responsibility to the animal shelter?
No, it will not.
No.
It will not. It's a force multiplier.
Okay, so this is basically an additional revenue
Right, just to
stream for
work
the
together,
animal
Ms.
shelter.
Turner.
It's an additional, it's additional assistance. A
Right.
good example of partnering with another nonprofit that does that on a continual basis. So this is a force multiplier.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief. Next item.
Representative Rodriguez, we can't see you, ma'am.
Mayor?
We saw you briefly, but we lost the connection to see you.
You can't see me? Connected. My
No.
camera's on.
No, ma'am, we can't see you on screen.
Okay, let me try again.
Okay.
Mayor, can I ask a
Yes,
question?
ma'am.
Yeah.
Please.
So Chief, I know that I was not present at the April ASAC meeting, so I wanted to see, was this brought forward to the advisory committee in April? Because I know it was not in May.
No.
Okay. I would just ask that, I mean, I know they're just an advisory committee, but, you know, we've appointed people in the community who are very committed to our animal services and animal shelters across the community. And so I would just ask that this be, something like this, be brought to the Animal Services Committee prior to council. And I would ask that you know, this is on the agenda for today. I will not postpone this or ask to postpone this in the sake of time, because I do think it is a good agreement. So I would ask that you do brief them at the next meeting on Wednesday. But in the future, these are the kind of items that do need to go before the advisory committee before coming to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Manella. Representative Molinari.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have any idea right now what type of vehicle we're looking at to receive or partnership with? Is it a van? Is it a pickup truck? Is it a four-door vehicle, something that accommodate animals, equipment? How large? Anything like that?
No, sir. This is just a mechanism to accept donations. Anybody that's looking to donate to help the animal welfare within the community, they can donate directly to this foundation. It's a 501c3. Again, it goes directly to benefit animal services.
Go ahead, Representative. You done, Representative? Representative Nello?
Thank you, Chief. One more question. So are we just talking about monetary donations, or are you talking about actual items as well? Because I know right now Animal Services does have an Amazon list that they ask individuals for, and so just wanting to know if that's going to change, if everything will have to go through the Health Foundation or through the Community Foundation.
No, those types of donations will still accept as well. People do drop off items as well, or through the Amazon account, like you said. And people also bring miscellaneous items directly to the shelter. Those we do accept. This would just allow us to accept larger monetary funds as well. It's just an easier mechanism for both the person donating. They can use it for tax write-off purposes as well. And again, it's also through the foundation. They're experts in managing these types of funds as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Prine? Item 11 through 16 are board appointments.
That's correct, sir.
Item 17 is tax liens, refunds, I mean.
Yes, sir. It's a tax refund over $2,500.
And item 18 is a council item.
Notation. Yes, sir. It's a notation of a donation.
Great. Item 19, please.
Good morning, Gretchen Garcia with Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing. This item is linked to strategic goal number 7, enhance and sustain El Paso's infrastructure network. The linkage to the strategic plan is subsection 7.2, improve competitiveness through infrastructure improvements impacting the quality of life. We're requesting that the purchasing director be authorized to issue a purchase order under this change order for the remainder of the contract time for contract 2022-0156 motor oil, antifreeze lubricants, transmission and hydraulic oils and fluids.
Thank you. Item 20.
Good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Lagunas from the Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing Department. The strategic goal for this item is number 2, to set the standard for a safe and secure city. The linkage to the strategic plan is subsection 2.3, increase public safety operational efficiency. This was a low bid procurement. There were a total of 19 viewers online. 1 bid was received, being local, and an adequate competition survey was conducted. And we recommend the award of Solicitation 2022-0068 engine and transmission lubricants, coolants, and antifreeze to CNR Distributing LLC, the sole lowest responsible bidder.
Thank you. Item 21. Pardon me? Oh, 21's council item, 22 council item, 23, 24.
Mayor,
25. Yes,
For
sir.
item 24, Mayor, can we remove the lost dog from that item?
Yes, ma'am.
That needs its own separate item, so we'll
So
do
what
that
do
in
you
the
want
following
removed from there,
meeting.
ma'am?
Lost dog.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. So,
And we'll add the revision to the proposed revisions to strike out the words lost dog from your item.
Yeah, and we'll follow up at the next council with an item for lost dog. I just think they need their own items.
thank you. So now we're in item 25. And that's, item 25 will be the first, no, I'm sorry, item 25? 26.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Item number 26 is the briefing to Council from the Bond Overview Advisory Committee.
I'm sorry, Mayor. We had a question from the public on item 23.
Okay,
Item 23, we have Ms. Turner that signed up to speak. This is a council item.
Hopefully y'all passed that, and can somebody tell me who to talk to when it comes to the ramps on the sidewalks and other things that impede those in wheelchairs and scooters? Our area has a really bad situation going now, right now.
You can talk to me or Ms. Jerome after
Okay, thank you.
this. Yes, ma'am.
thank you, Ms. Turner. I see Representative Rodriguez. Can you hear us? Representative Rodriguez?
Good morning, Mayor. Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yeah, just save your battery.
Item 27.
Item 26, Ms. Turner also had a question on item
Okay.
26. It is the Bond Overview Advisory Committee briefing.
Is there some backup for this that I can look at and read? And what bonds are we overlooking?
Yvette Hernandez for the record. It's the Bond Overview Advisory Committee for the 2012 Quality of Life Bond, and they are required by amendment to provide a briefing, and so they will give an update on the projects that we have completed, review the entire projects, and also some of the recommendations that they have provided to the city as a committee.
Okay, thank you.
Now we go to the first readings. Mr. Pine?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Item
good morning.
27.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Raul Garcia, Plan Inspections. Item 27 is the first reading of an ordinance rezoning property to M1 Light Manufacturing. This is for property at 9751 Pan American Drive. This would allow an existing wastewater treatment plant. This is essentially a cleanup rezoning, just rezoning a smaller portion of the already much larger property already zoned M1. There was no opposition. CPC was unanimous approval.
Thank you. Item 28.
Item 28 is also first reading. This ordinance is rezoning property to C1 commercial. This is for 7249 Dale Road. This would allow proposed commercial retail. We did receive 2 emails in support, as well as 1 phone call and 1 petition with 17 signatures in opposition. It's important to note the concerns have been addressed through proposed conditions on the rezoning. CPC was unanimous approval.
Thank you. Item 29.
And item 29, also first reading of an ordinance rezoning property to A4 apartment. This is for property located at Spur 16 and Isela Rubalcaba. Proposed multifamily apartments, 2 emails and 1 letter in opposition, and CPC was unanimous approval.
Thank you. Item 30.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. This is Maria Pasillas. Item 30 is an ordinance authorizing the city manager to execute a corrected tax resale deed to Figueroa Holdings, LLC. The prior deed contained a clerical error in the property's legal description.
Thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
in the first readings. Item 31. Representative Sarga?
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, I'm just wondering, can we get an address for this property? And I believe Orchard Park Edition is no longer in District 8, but this needs an address, I think.
Okay, the property ID number, I have a property ID number, but I don't have an address. It's by Paisano, but let me look into it, Representative Lizagarra, and make the correction needed, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Item 31.
Item 31, Yvette Hernandez, Capital Improvement Department. This is discussion and action on a task work order for the solicitation of the renovations at Fire Station 21 for an estimated award of $1.4 million.
Thank you. Item 32.
Good morning, Derek Russell with Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing Department. The strategic goal for this item, goal number 2, set the standard for a safe and secure city. The linkage to strategic plan is subsection 2.9, promote building safety. This is a low bid procurement for on-call demolition. There were 48 views online, 2 bids were received, 1 being a local supplier, and an adequate competition survey was conducted. No protests were received for this requirement, and we are recommending award as indicated to Alamo Environmental Inc., DBA Alamo 1, the lowest responsive and responsible bidder.
Thank you. Item 33. Chief D'Agostino? Oh. Item 33. Ms. Prine?
Item 33 is a public hearing on an ordinance granting a franchise for Elite Medical Air Transport, DBA Emergent Air, to operate a non-emergency ambulance transfer service.
Thank you. Item 34.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Peter Pasillas. Item 34 is an ordinance amending Title 9 to clarify the reasonable sensibility standard, to clarify the maximum sound level levels applied to properties producing the noise and the location of sound readings, to clarify that vibrations can occur on any affected property, to clarify the city may seek civil actions and penalties of up to $1,000 per day, and to clarify which departments have authority to enforce penalties provided by this section. It's been postponed 3 times.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I would ask if we can postpone this item 34 and 35. I'll be attending a funeral tomorrow. and request from the council that we postpone this item until the next council meeting. And
Yes, sir.
This was
So
for
just for
items
2 weeks?
34 and 35?
Yes.
Postponed 2 weeks?
yes.
Thank you, sir.
Item 36.
Good morning, Elizabeth Triggs, Economic and International Development. Item 36 is a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign a Chapter 380 Economic Development Program agreement between the city and Champlain Cable for the expansion of a wire mill facility at the company's location in the Mission Valley area at 9600 Pan American Boulevard. The agreement requires Champlain Cable to make a minimum investment of $5.686 million, the retention of its existing 70 employees, and the addition of 29 new employees over the term of the agreement. As consideration, the city will provide performance-based incentives in an amount not to exceed $285,000 over a 5-year grant period in the form of property tax rebates, a development fee rebate, and construction materials sales tax rebate, all generated off of the company's new investment.
Thank you. Item 37.
Item 37, Elizabeth Triggs, Economic and International Development. Item 37 is a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign a Chapter 380 Economic Development Agreement between the city and TransPerfect Translations, a new business services operation specializing in translation and interpretation services to be located in Northwest El Paso at 1015 Belvedere Street. The agreement requires TransPerfect to make a minimum $1.56 million investment and create 484 new jobs over a 2-year period, including a $684,000 investment in employee training. The addition of the 484 jobs will result in an annual estimated payroll of $15.75 million. As consideration, the city will provide performance-based incentives in an aggregate amount not to exceed $26,424 over a 5-year grant period, primarily in the form of property tax rebates generated as a result of the company's new investment.
Thank you. Item 38.
Mayor, Mayor and council staff is requesting to postpone item 38 for 2 weeks.
And for clarification, for the record, Tracy Jerome, Senior Deputy City Manager. We're requesting the postponement because we continue to work with our community stakeholders as well as our colleagues at the county on this very important resolution and the formation of this commission. So we appreciate your patience with the postponement of 2 weeks.
2 weeks is enough time for you?
I'm sorry?
Is 2 weeks enough time for you?
Yes, sir. We do believe that 2 weeks will be enough time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Turner signed up to speak on this item as well, Mayor.
Thank you. Item 39.
Who are these stakeholders?
Ms. Turner, are you signed up?
She did sign
Yes.
up, Mayor.
Okay,
Sure did.
thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Who are your stakeholders?
So the stakeholders, per the direction that was given by the council, will be the entire community, and we will continue the outreach. The outreach is just beginning. The commission will be formed, working with the county, and again with other community stakeholders who are giving input, and then with council, and then there'll be regular interaction like there are with all of our other advisory boards.
And that makes me a stakeholder then, doesn't it? Okay, here's
Yes, ma'am,
one thing.
absolutely.
I want to see this commission formed, and one of the first things on its agenda when formed is I want a breakdown on the number of rape kits that are untested in this city. And if there are any, I'm going to want an explanation as to why. And how soon, if there are any untested rape kits, they will be tested. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 39.
Yvette Hernandez, Capital Improvement Department. Item number 39 is discussion and action that the city manager be authorized to sign an advance funding agreement. This is between the city of El Paso and TxDOT. This is for the Sean Haggerty Drive extension. It's a design of a 4-lane bridge, and the price is estimated at $21.7 million, with an estimated local government participation at $1.375 million.
Thank you. We do have one executive session item.
Yes, and Ms. Turner signed up to speak on that item, sir.
Thank you.
One of the reasons why you saw so much stuff today is people don't know what it is you're evaluating. All they know is, could be, is it Mr. Gonzalez, our city manager, throws one heck of a Super Bowl party and has good beer. So a little more transparency would probably help avoid a lot of this stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have mass transit. We have a mass transit agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Item 2.
Item
one's
2 is
approval of
to
the minutes.
excuse
Right.
Board Member Rodriguez from the meeting.
Okay, item 3. Ms.
Astrid
Smythe.
Benner for Sun Metro. This item is the strategic recovery plan for transit services.
Okay. Item 4.
Good morning, Claudia Garcia with Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing Department. This item addresses strategic goal number 7, enhance and sustain El Paso's infrastructure network. The linkage to the strategic plan is subsection 7.3, enhance regional comprehensive transportation system. This was a request for proposal procurement. There were 39 views online. Only one proposal was received coming from a non-local vendor. An inadequate competition survey was conducted. No protest has been received for this requirement, and we're recommending award as indicated to New Flyer of America, the sole highest ranked proposal based on the evaluation factors established for this procurement.
Thank you. Ms. Prine?
That brings us to the end of agenda review. May we have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn the agenda review meeting. All in favor?
Yes.
Anyone opposed? And the agenda review meeting for Monday, June 6, 2022 is adjourned at 10:15 a.m.
Move to convene an agenda review, move to convene the special meeting.
There's a motion and a second to reconvene the special city council meeting. All in favor?
Yes.
Anyone opposed? The meeting is back in session at 10:15 a.m. We're on item number 1.
Do we have a motion? Do we need to have a motion again, or?
Yes, please.
Representative Hernandez?
Mayor, I move to approve item number 1.
There's a motion made by Representative Hernandez, seconded by Representative Rivera to approve item number 1, which is discussion and action to override the mayor's veto of the returned May 23rd motion of City Council authorizing the First Amendment to the amended and restated employment agreement between the City of El Paso and Tomas Gonzalez, which lists the amended terms. Would you like to call the question, Mayor?
Pardon me?
Can I call the question
Please,
now?
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
I didn't. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, call for the vote.
Ms. Prine, I'm not signed in, so I'd like to take it verbally.
He's not, Mayor Pro Tem isn't signed in.
It's my fault. You don't, I mean, I can just verbalize it.
What is your vote, Mayor Pro Tem?
And I would be to overturn?
Aye is to
Yes,
approve.
aye.
And Representative Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean, it's the only.
In the voting session? IT, thank you, IT. And the motion passes with 6 affirmative votes. Representatives Anelo Molinar voting nay. Representatives Schwartzwein, Hernandez, Salcido, Rodriguez, Rivera, Lizarraga voting aye. The motion does pass. That brings us to the end of the agenda.
I move to adjourn.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn the special city council meeting. All in favor?
Yes.
Anyone opposed? And the special city council meeting is adjourned at 10:17 a.m.
Thank
Mayor,
you.
would you like to convene the work session?
Please.
Thank you. Good morning. This is a work session of the El Paso City Council.
Goodbye, everybody. Have a nice day.
For Monday, June 6, 2022. It is 10:18 a.m. Present in council chambers are Mayor Leeser, Representative Anelo, Representative Hernandez, Representative Molinar, Representative Salcido, Representative Rivera, Representative Lizarraga. Representative Rodriguez has requested to be excused from this meeting. The first item on the agenda is presentation and discussion by the COVID-19 Response and Recovery Cross-Functional Team providing information on key activities, efforts, and processes. And we begin with an overview from City Manager, Mr. Tommy Gonzalez.
Ms. Prine, I'm also here.
For the record, Mayor Pro Tem Schwarzwein is also present in council chambers at 10:18. Thank you, sir.
So good morning, everyone.
Good morning again.
Since the beginning of May, we have seen an exponential increase to the positivity rate of daily new cases of COVID-19 viruses. Specifically, daily new cases have increased from 30 to 184 over a 7-day rolling average, or about 6 times higher than they were in early May. The positivity rate has similarly increased from 6% to over 49%. That's nearly 8 times higher than it was back at the beginning of May. Hospitalizations have also increased, however, they have done so at a slower rate. Since the beginning of May, hospitalizations have increased by about 60% from 25 to 40 hospitalizations over the 7-day rolling average in terms of percentage. In spite of the increases, COVID hospitalizations as a proportion of total area hospital capacity has remained low, so it has not overcrowded our hospitals. Our community level also remains low. It's reflective of low case rate and the hospitalization rate. All taken together, these trends suggest that the vaccine remains effective against severe illness from COVID, but there is still a high level of infection. As far as a vaccine update, we're at 56% of daily new cases over the 7-day rolling average are breakthrough cases. That has significance in that, if you're vaccinated, people are still getting the virus, so you have to protect yourself by either separating and staying away in close quarters or putting a mask on, and again, just washing your hands as often as possible. The city continues to lead the state and the nation in vaccination rate. We're at 82% fully vaccinated with 2 doses, while the nation is at 71 and the state is at 66. As far as the boosters, we're at over 40%, so that we're making progress there as well, and that is something we keep pushing. So the city continues the free vaccination and boosters. There's no appointments necessary. We have clinics on Stanton, Remcon, Railroad, and Alameda throughout our community, if you recall. And they're open Monday through Saturday from 8 to 5. And if people need additional information, again, for the COVID vaccine or the booster, they need to just go to epcovidvaccine.com or 212-6843, 212-6843, or epcovidvaccine.com and get the information. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Garam to continue the update on the legal front.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. We have a very brief update for you. If I could have the next slide, please. And while they're pulling that out, as you are aware, the Greg Abbott in his official capacity as governor versus the city of El Paso statewide mandate litigation is still pending, and there has been no action or no movement on that case, which is in the 8th Texas Appellate Court. And there has also been no update on the other 2 cases that are pending related to the mask mandates. Next slide, please. Some additional updates for you related to the Texas Supreme Court emergency order. The Texas Supreme Court issued the 51st emergency order regarding COVID-19. It is effective from June 1st through August 1st of 2022, and it continues to allow for remote hearings in all cases except for specific criminal jury proceedings. It continues to authorize all courts to require or to allow for remote hearings, and it also we wanted to update you that the El Paso Municipal Court does anticipate reopening jury trials this June on the 23rd. Thank you. Back to the city manager.
Thank you. I think it's Dr. Carranza's next. Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I have 2 questions. First, for Ms. Hamilton, we have this council during the pandemic, the beginning of the pandemic, we passed an, I'm going to use the wrong words, but the words that are coming to my head is anti-inflation, but that's not what we passed. We basically passed an ordinance to stop people from unnecessarily price gouging. Thank you. That came to me. Sorry, I just had to talk it out. And so we amended that at the request, I believe, of the fuel industry to meet market rate, correct? Okay, so we've heard Congress lately talk about, and we've heard many people talk about this, many experts, but Congress has also taken up the conversation about inflation in oil and gas prices, because the fact of the matter is the cost of gasoline, a barrel of gasoline per fuel companies has not gone up, but they are passing that cost onto the consumer. And so I'm wondering how that is impacted by our anti-price gouging ordinance, because while the market, I guess you could say the market is dictating a rise in cost, but that's not based on actual numbers. So I would like for you or city attorney to get back to this council on what purview we have on that, because if the oil industry across the nation is price gouging, we hear Congress talking about that. We have legislation in pass to prevent that. I know that the wording of dictated by the market is tricky, right? Because when inflation, what is dictated by the market is a rise in cost, but the actual cost of a barrel of gasoline per these gas companies is not actually rising. So I think we as a council really need to understand what our purview is on that.
Thank you, Representative Vanello. We can work with the city manager and his staff also to analyze the pricing issue and how the emergency ordinance might relate to those prices, and if there is any power of control.
And I would like to understand if we need, if we were to go back to the original, right, removing kind of the idea of market, what the market dictates from that ordinance, if that would have any impact as well.
Right, we'd have to look at we'd have to research any preemption issues.
I also understand Congress hasn't been able to solve this. So I don't, I'm not expecting the world from y'all, but I would just like to understand. Thank you. And then my next question is for Mr. Gonzalez. So I know that we've seen an increase. I believe it was about 6 months ago, we as a community had declared that we have herd immunity based on the number of vaccines administered. But I'm wondering if that's actually based on the number of vaccines administered or the number of individuals in this community who received the vaccine. Because I can tell you, I know a lot of people who do not live in El Paso County who came to El Paso to receive the vaccine. And so I just really want to kind of understand what exactly the number of, what herd immunity does look like in this community. And so how we're basing that. Is it based on the number of vaccines administered or the number of vaccines administered to individuals in the community, which I know is going to be hard because this council also was very clear about not asking for things like residency or status. We wanted to make sure everyone received the vaccine. But we also want to make sure when we're talking about herd immunity and numbers increasing, what that actually looks like. So I don't know if you have an answer to that.
So when the comment was made about herd immunity at the time, that was the phraseology that the federal government was utilizing. They've since backed off of that, and so have we. And we were simply just regurgitating what the percentages were based on what they claimed were what was considered herd immunity, and we did get there the fastest. But the point that you're making, anyone and everyone who came to us, we vaccinated. So it's our region, and really we continue to push the vaccination. And yes, it's everyone who's come to us, and not everyone is located in our backyard, so to speak, but it's in our region, if that's our bigger backyard. And it included people like when we crossed on the bridges, those numbers as well. So we were very aggressive on that tact. And so, yes, ma'am, that's the answer. And then Dr. Ocaranza's on if he wants to add anything to that, Dr. O.
Well, I would just, first of all, phraseology, I'm going to start using that. I really enjoyed that term. But if you could all work to try to get us what that number looks like locally versus region, because again, I know that was the direction of this council. I'm not at all saying I disapprove of the fact that we were giving a vaccine to anyone who came here. That is what I wanted. That's what everyone here wanted. Really appreciative that y'all did that. I don't want it to come off like I'm looking down on that decision. Like, that was the right decision. But I do think it is important as a community we understand what the numbers do look like here locally. So I don't know if it's possible to get an accurate number. Again, because of what we asked for you, details we asked for you not to take. But as close as we can get to understanding, is this specific community here, what is the vaccine, right? Are we at herd immunity?
And I would just say our numbers are reflective of, or reflecting what the nation's seeing in terms of the uptick and what the state is seeing as well. So our numbers are no different in terms of the fact that we have a higher number of infections, but there's not the numbers of deaths that we had in the past or the severe illness that we dealt with in the past. So that's a standard that's also being seen across the state and across the nation. We'll work on those numbers to see what we can get in terms of answering your question. And I would say we're not unique. I think other communities, if people would travel to Odessa, as a matter of fact, or Midland in the early stages of the pandemic in order to get a shot faster, because there were certain areas of the state that weren't really pushing it, and people weren't necessarily a fan of the vaccine, so they had slower lines or lesser of a line. And so early on, a lot of people went just to all parts of the state in order to get their vaccine. So again, we're not unique in terms of giving the vaccine to everyone who came, because the idea was that you'd come in contact with someone and we needed to vaccinate everyone. But yes, we will work on that number to see if there is a way to track that down. So Dr. O and the chief will work on that. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
One
wait.
second, Dr. Ocanonza, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I can wait till the end of the presentation for my questions.
Go ahead,
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Ocanonza. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you very much. And I want to say thank you to the council, because that strategy of immunizing everybody, regardless of the place of residence, has helped us tremendously. And this is going to be a quick explanation how vaccination has helped our community in such a way that we're seeing a rise in the number of cases, and we see it with our neighbors. We see it with many of the large gatherings that we have attended, and how people are positive for COVID, but yet the hospitalization has remained with a very modest increase and not overwhelming our healthcare system. Next slide, please. I want to emphasize, and I put this page on the dashboard, which speaks about the healthcare readiness, the hospitalization. That's going to be the metric that is the most important. And we'll talk a little bit more about the community levels, but on the hospitalizations, as you can see, we had two large spikes, and one was the worst spike that we had in the country, and we were the worst spot in the country. And the second one was the one that we saw in January with the Omicron variant. Right now, we're seeing a very modest increase in the number of hospitalized patients, but the severity is not there, which is thank you to the vaccination, and it's over and over proven by science that the vaccination is effective in preventing this hospitalization and death from COVID. We presented in previous city council meetings how the people that are unvaccinated are the ones that we're seeing passing away from complications of COVID in comparison to the ones that had the vaccine and in comparison to those that have the booster. I have been mentioning and strongly recommending the people that don't have the booster to come and get it. This is the right time to come and get your booster. Right now, you can get your vaccination without an appointment. You can walk into the clinic and receive the vaccine. Bring your children or the other adults that are in your household to receive either complete the vaccination schedule or receive your booster shot. We have some other tools in our public health toolbox, which one of them is the antiviral. We're using more the oral antiviral more than the infusion because of the susceptibility of some of the subvariants of the Omicron to some of those injectable or infusion monoclonal antibodies. Next slide, please. And while we're seeing that the number of cases are rapidly climbing, it is a big discussion now to whether we need to continue paying higher attention or a lot more attention to the positive cases or the hospitalizations. We all agree that the hospitalizations is going to be the metric that we need to keep a close eye on. Because of the vaccination, because of the antiviral, because of many other factors such as a natural immunity, we're going to see that many people, even when they get reinfected with the COVID, are not going to end up in the hospital. And that's what we want to do. We want to prevent hospitalizations and death. We want to see and evaluate the severity of the disease. And that's the way that we're going to see it, by watching very closely the metrics as far as the hospitalization. And that's how the new community levels have been built upon. We cannot ignore the number of positive cases because these hospitalizations come from the number of positive cases. So what do? We continue to recommend the prevention, and prevention is extremely, extremely important. And as mentioned to the public, we will continue to see some fluctuation in these numbers. It's going to go up, it's going to go down. There's going to be different factors affecting the number of positive cases. When we are in large gatherings, then we're risking ourselves to get exposed and to get infected with the COVID. That's why we continue to tell each family to assess the risk, assess our loved ones who needs to take less risk, then don't take them to those large gatherings. That's going to be the way that we're going to be preventing some of those positive cases or breakthrough cases and ultimately hospitalizations, because vaccination does protect against hospitalization, but when we have somebody that is frail already with chronic conditions, if they get infected or reinfected, then they can develop some complications. Next slide, please. These are the metrics on the community level, and this is based upon hospitalization. I want to keep emphasizing, and that's why we continue to be in the low community level so far. If we see that the hospitalizations start to rise, then we're going to be recommending some other public health interventions. But the best recommendation for now is prevention. We need to anticipate. We need to not let ourselves get caught with our guard down. And that's why we need to continue telling the people, just be careful. Next slide. This is the visualization on the new cases of COVID per 100,000. The levels that we mentioned in the previous slide as far as community levels, he talks about less than 200 cases per 100,000 over the last 7 days, or more than 200 cases per 100,000 in the last 7 days. We haven't reached that level yet, but if we can see at the beginning of the month, that's when we started seeing the climb on the positive cases. Next slide, please. And this is the new admissions, not the total number of patients that are hospitalized, but the new admissions, which are people that are newly in the hospital. And we saw a small hike, and then it goes down. It's going to continue having that fluctuation on the new admissions, but hopefully we don't surpass that rate that is 10 new admissions per 100,000 over the last 7 days. Next slide, please. And with that, I thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Alcanza. I know you're talking about the trend going up. What's behind all this trend going up? And we always seems to hit us always a little later than normal. What's coming from outside our country and what's already in our country that we can need to be prepared for?
Well, there's still some subvariants of the Omicron, which are the ones that are starting to circulate more and more. It's not just the Omicron, but there's subvariants. So those are the ones that are being more infectious. And so far, we haven't seen that the severity of the disease has increased, which is a positive thing. We have been experiencing large gatherings with graduations, with just getting together. We had some holidays also that were meant to be together. That probably does give a rise to the increase in the number of positive cases. Now that the schools are over for regular session, and it's going to be in summer vacation, if you want to call it, then we're going to see that there's going to be a decrease, because definitely the schools are a setting where you have large gatherings, and it can drive some of those numbers up as well. But now that they're going to be in summer vacation, then we expect that we're going to see those numbers going down after all these large gatherings. Also, at the end of the summer or before the school starts again, we're probably going to experience a positive trend because of the people that went traveling. So traveling, we need to be careful as well. If you're taking mass transit, you can wear your mask. You can continue practicing that prevention. So this way you'll enjoy your vacation in such a way that you're not going to be sick while you're on vacation. You're not going to be bringing back the virus to some loved ones. And we will continue to monitor as far as any new variants, because any new variant, there's three things that we get concerned. One, whether it is more infectious. Second, whether this new variant is going to cause more severe disease. But the third is how this new variant is going to escape the immune system and all the therapeutics that we have, which are the antivirals, which are the vaccinations. We still are protected against the Omicron variant and the subvariants with the booster dose, even though their protection is slightly less than what initially was. But nonetheless, it will protect us. And that's why we continue to strongly recommend for people to get the booster. And I don't know if I answered your question, Mayor.
Yeah, you did. And what's upcoming for, I know that I've read a lot of stories that where children 5 and up will, they're recommending a booster shot, but I've not seen it approved yet. Is that coming in the very near future, you think? And or is there still studies to be done? And go ahead, sir.
There's two things that are coming pretty soon in the horizon. The main one is the vaccination for children under 5. And that's the one that we are preparing. The FDA and the CDC are going to have a meeting very soon, whether to approve it or not yet. There's been studies in which Pfizer and Moderna are submitting their information as far as the effectiveness of the vaccine for children from 6 months to up. It has been quite challenging because the effectiveness of the vaccine hasn't been as high as the one seen for older teenagers and adults. So that's why they initially were sent back to provide more information. They were looking at different doses, but also they were looking at the number of doses administered to achieve a more desirable level of protection. And that's what we're going to be seeing in the very near future. Not long ago, they approved the booster dose for children 5 and up, and initially it was 12 years of age and up. And our clinics are getting ready also to provide the vaccination once it gets approved for those children less than 5 years of age, so we can provide that vaccination.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you. One of the things I have a question, it was mentioned there. So, one thing that might be good in terms of looking at getting the word out, I think is really helping to emphasize again that those care clinics that we have, that again were paid with the COVID clinics we have paid with CARES Act dollars. Those are operational again Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And again, those are all within walking distance to mass transit, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So that again, I think was a big reason, was again to have that continuity and the ability to utilize mass transit for a variety of El Pasoans to utilize. I think we should just, as it looks like we're going to be expanding some of our mass transit options as well as we shift more towards recovery. I do think it would be a good idea to help advertise again to the public access to those CARES funded COVID clinics as well that we have. I also, again, too, there's other community members as well that have these booster shots as well as vaccines. Immunize El Paso, for example, is one that's there. Recently received my booster as well, and definitely threw me more for a loop than the last one. So I think, too, if there's a way to also highlight as well some of those other community partners, I think that's always good. Again, the best way we can help our community is, again, with the vaccine, by being healthy and by doing those things that are appropriate. So, and again, we're not outside of it. They're seeing, again, a rise in transmissibility and a rise in cases throughout the country as well. So what you're seeing in other communities will probably hit here if it's not already.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Prine? Mr. Gonzalez, I'm sorry.
That's okay. There's nothing really else that I have to add. I think we've covered everything. Just the infection is on the rise. Mayor Pro Tem, you're correct. When those were purchased, the council made that approval because of the fact that we felt like it'd be a 3-year stay with the COVID, and it's COVID-19, and now we're in 2022. So unfortunately, that prognostication was on target, unfortunately, and we think that this will continue. And even though the cases are milder, because of all the preventative measures that have been put in place to include the vaccine and the booster, it's still a concern. And as the doctor said, Dr. O, there's subvariants, and then there's other things that are coming down the pike that you've seen, that you've read about, that are concerning. And so these clinics being throughout our city not only helps us with the virus and also with any additional things like subvariants and other things we might see, but then just the continual things that we provide to our community, like the flu vaccine and other vaccines of that nature, and the clinics that we have for STDs and so forth. So these clinics were done strategically, and no general fund money had to be used, or no bonds had to be used. So it was a strategic move on the council's part in order to, again, stave off additional debt. So thank you for that. And then that's all I have, unless you have any additional questions for me.
No, sir. Thank you.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I just wanted to add something again. You know, I'm just bringing up this issue of communications and those care clinics,
Yes, sir.
because it's something that's going to be with our community in the future. It's an investment in public health. As you're aware, you know, communication and outreach is something that's very central to my office. It's very central towards, I think, what we can do as a community. You know, I literally have a set of COVID-19 vaccine mailers out here. So this is something that is really important, is getting the word out on these, and that's something that's really important, again, for my office as well. So just wanted to let you know about that.
Yeah, and the council's help is encouraged and appreciated. I know y'all send a lot of things out through your newsletters, and they're really good, by the way, and I think I've commented on several of y'all's that y'all put that out. So you pushing that out really helps the effort, so thank you.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Prine?
Yes, Mayor, that brings us to executive session. Is there a motion to recess? There's a motion and a second to retire into executive session. All in favor?
Yes.
Anyone opposed? And the City Council of the City of El Paso may retire into executive session pursuant to Section 3.5A of the El Paso City Charter and the Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D, to discuss executive session item 1, City Attorney and City Manager Annual Performance Evaluations, matter number 21-1043-688 under 551.071 and 551.074. These matters are taken into executive session under 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.074, personnel matters. It is 10:46 a.m.
Motion to adjourn.
There's a motion and a second to reconvene, to come out of executive session and reconvene the meeting. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? The work session is back in session at 2:16 p.m. Mayor Pro Tem, we're on EX1.
No action.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of the agenda. Is there a motion to adjourn? There's a motion and a second to adjourn the work session. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed?
Nay.
The work session for Monday, June 6, 2022 is adjourned at 2:16 p.m. Thank you.